Canadian 2-year yields inch lower after the Bank of Canada decision, last flat at 2.588%.
All right, I figured out what the noise is that's keeping me up at night. So I don't have neighbors, but I just realized I share a wall with the water treatment technically for the pool that's heated, and the heater is going out. And so what I was hearing is the heater for the pool starting to like fail, and that is what sounds like someone is slapping a trash can against my wall. So that's being fixed. Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah. They're just gonna ignore me? But holy shit, I was losing my mind. Yeah. So, but wow, am I happy that they're doing something about it. I was wondering, I was like, if it's something outside, I would actually want to die, because then it would be completely outside of my purview, like like if it's the building next to me, that's broken, or if there was like a vent that was on like the next building over. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go over there and complain? Oh, that'd have been miserable. I'm just glad it's something that can be fixed. Oh. All right, what are we doing in the market? Russell's filled gap. ES is holding our 30-second opening range. NQ is holding PVZ, higher lows slightly. And our 30-second opening range as well. We've got this massive seller sitting at 270 above on NQ who's trying to lower this offer, but we've got this buyer who is down absorbing at 240 to 225. So I'm unsure what we want to do here. I'm not gonna lie, because it's very two-sided. Again, we've got this buyer who's taking in size here from, what is it? 240. 240 to 225. So until we flip that, I can't short really, unless that's going to be my take profit from our seller who's sitting above us at 270. Right, like this is what we know. So we've got this guy sitting here at 270. And we know that we need to get over our 300 target from last night, because that is the seller that we're sitting at. Those can be red. And these are going to be my two levels that I play around for right now, I think.
Chevron to increase exports of Venezuelan oil to the US to some 300,000 barrels per day in March, according to sources. Besant on record stock run says we put in good policies for growth. Besant currently speaking on CNBC. Besant says previous years' stock performance doesn't dictate 2026. Besant on the US dollar says US always has a strong dollar policy.
The strong dollar policy is maybe
Seeing
the
some strength
funniest
in the
thing
dollar
Besson
off
has
the
ever
back of
said.
Besant's headlines.
Holy, that's comedy gold.
Besant says strong dollar means setting right fundamentals.
Strong dollar, boys. You heard it here first. Strong dollar.
Besant says if we sound policies, the money will flow into the US.
Wait, they're making another season of Ted Lasso? Hello? Hasn't it been like 5 years?
Besant says the US is absolutely not intervening in the dollar yen now. And Besant says we don't comment on intervention speculation.
Yeah, they're making new images just came out for season 4.
Besant says the trade deficit is shrinking and should help the dollar.
Hell yeah, the old 0.5 golden zone on the dollar. Now we're cooking.
US yields edge higher with dollar index after Besant comment.
All right, let's see if we absorb here again. These guys into 70 are cooked. Low key are they're not looking great. We're looking to see if we absorb here again, or if this is gonna flip into our liquidity here on ES into our previous day value high. We're really watching to see if the bid is gonna be absorbed here into these lows, and then we can come back up, or if this is going to flip and then we're gonna head down. I just got to see how we're going to interact here.
Besant on the Fed.
We're still
says
taking
up to the
insights
Fed
here.
on rates. And Besant on the Fed says, I hope they will have an open mind. Will pair small gains as the US dollar rallies.
Bid sitting at 7,011. There's about 260 contracts sitting there, and then another 140 at 15s on ES here. So there's definitely someone down here trying to buy. And for NQ, oh, okay, there we go.
Besant said, I had a long discussion on the plane with Trump.
Liquidity
on
NQ is not great. We're looking at like half the size I'd like to see.
Besant on the Fed says Myron's term could continue and have not narrowed or expanded the chairman candidates.
We're looking at like on average, 5 to 6 contracts on each price point right now, which is like actually about half what I'd want to see for a market that we want to be playing in. Nothing really to write home about. Offer sitting down at trying to push down at 35s. We just took in a little bit of liquidity here into 30, but again,
Best sense
someone
says we
is
have 4
taking
great
in
candidates for
but
the Fed
not
chair.
showing size wise. Like there's definitely still someone buying down here, but they're unwilling to. They're just like letting sellers push into them and then taking
Besant
it.
on trade says no trade deal with South Korea until they ratify it.
Okay, let's see what they do here. Little look below. Again,
US
this
dollar
is where
extends
we've seen
gains
someone
after Besant
absorb. We
affirms
need to
strong dollar
see
policy. Nasdaq up
a bit more.
0.9% versus the yen. And Besant says I don't make chair recommendation, just give options.
Offer now trying at 25s on the flip below. They're trying to sweep it. I don't believe it yet. They are trying though. Bid showing at 20s now. Again, there's someone big, willing to take in a decent amount of size here. I think offer will try to defend at like 41.50 above on retest. If anywhere. The size on our Dom on NQ is just horrendous.
Besant, when asked about Europe and India trade deal, says find Europeans disappointing.
I find Europeans disappointing.
US dollar index now up 0.7% after Besant's comments. The euro extends fall to down 0.8%. The yen extends drop to 1% versus the dollar.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I mean, we've got 40 seconds until new 15s. I'd be expecting a bit more of a sell if they were going to flip this. I don't know. We'll see. What? Why did my Google
Besant on
just
Canada
go off?
trade says the USMC's talks are coming up.
Please be careful into new 15s. They open in 20 seconds here. If offer can hold below this 25 to 40, we're
says Carney
most
rose
likely
power
going down to
on
180.
anti-US and anti-Trump message.
But I don't have a ton of faith
Besant on
in it
Canada
yet.
trade says in the end, I think we'll end up in a good place.
New 15's opening now. Again, if we flip this pivot, we'll go to 180. If bid holds, then
Besant
there's
on
no
Canada
change. We'll
trade
rotate
said
right
would not
back up to
pick a fight
270.
going into USMCA.
I think. This offer here into 40-50 has to be like strong for you to care, or we'll just rotate back up. Again, someone's taking in decent size down here.
Besant on potential for US government shutdown says I don't know what to expect. And Besant says maybe a straight line to good Canada endpoint.
You can see how reactive that open in the new 15 was. It's exactly what we want to see. That's why we wait for those.
Excuse me, Besant says may not be a straight line to good Canada endpoint.
Man, liquidity is so poor on NQ. What?
Besant says Trump has sought to bring down temperature on ice, encouraging lawmakers not to shut down the government. And Besant says Trump is urging Democrats not to shut down the government.
Well, that's good. At least they're getting some stuff fixed. This is POC of previous candle here on NQ, boys. This is again just where we'll watch to see if we can flip or not. Yeah, I mean, there's really not much else here. Just into this offer at 250 and where those 500 contracts are, and our VWAP, as well as our POC. But we'll see if we can flip it. If we can now build here back where this buyer was at this 25 to 40, we'll get a secondary leg. You can play off of that potentially for a higher low. I'd be looking at it as like a watch your edge here. Do your stop at your low like this to see if we're gonna be able to get a secondary bid for a rotation up. But if this doesn't hold and we don't see like a dramatic bid here for a buyer at a higher price, like I don't know. Let's see how we react here into 25s. We want to see a very clear bid attempt at a higher price point here. Because if they don't, then we die.
And that concludes comments from Besant in his interview on CNBC. US Treasury yields on long end pair increase after Besant comments on strong dollar policy. 10-year yield last up 2.8 basis points at 4.251%.
Offer sitting at 40s here still. 25 good bid, but inability to push over 40 is not great. Offer clearly there. 50 contracts sitting.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have the
Taken.
Bank of Canada press conference and the EIA data. Firstly, a reminder of the API data from yesterday. Crude oil stock change came in at a draw of 0.247 million. Cushing stock change was a draw of 0.092 million. Distillate was a build of 2 million, and gasoline was a draw of 0.15 million. EIA crude oil inventories forecast a build of 1.95 million, prior a build of 3.602 million, with a range of a build of 3.077 million to a draw of 3 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 2.55 million, prior a build of 5.977 million, and distillate inventories forecast a draw of 0.25 million, prior a build of 3.348 million, and Cushing inventories prior a build of 1.47 million.
We're at 1-to-1 here, just to put that on. With our risk to reward here from 25. See if we can push higher. We need to get over 60 for anything new, or this can still sell. Need to show interest over this POC from previous candle. Inability to push just means that offer still sits there, and then any flip is going to lead to down. This is ES pushing into our reversion zone edge, as well as our value edge. Just keeping an eye on this. Come on. Get us over 60. This offer's still sitting here. 40. We've got like almost 100 contracts sitting into 50. Bid trying to push up here into 45s. And it's 25 points, but it's not. It's hoping for more. I don't know if we're gonna get it. It's starting to stagnate here into our 50.
We have posted the Bank of Canada press conference on the feed for those interested. The dollar yen rises 1%.
All right, let's make a decision, please. Back down to our 25.
In 5 minutes' time, we
Reattempting
have the
from our sell
EIA
here.
crude oil inventories.
3.5
build of
minutes
1.95
until new
million.
15s.
Prior, a build of 3.602 million, with a draw with a range of a build of 3.077 million to a draw of 3 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 2.55 million. Prior, a build of 5.977 million. Distillate inventories forecast a draw of 0.25 million. Prior, a build of 3.348 million. and Cushing inventories prior a build of 1.478 million. And a reminder, we do have the Bank of Canada press conference scheduled in just under 5 minutes' time.
Minute 40 until new 15s. This can literally, I mean, it can go either way. We're still making lower highs. Our offer held where it needed to into 50 to 60. We got our bid off of our 25. There's someone still taking in size here, but we should get a reaction here in about a minute 30. And that should lead to either a push down to 180 or a rotation back up to our highs. I just don't know yet. Market's pretty liquid. Very two-sided down here.
1 minute remaining.
I'm not like, unless we see like a seller really step in to slap this thing down, it still seems like this is where they're taking in. I don't have a lot of faith.
Might not be leading with crude oil inventories.
$20 seconds.
$10 seconds.
New 15's opening here, as well as news coming out. Watch our POC previous candles, our reactionary point for reoffer.
Million, a draw of 2.295 million compared to the forecasted build of 1.95 million. Gasoline
that's into our 35 to 45.
A build of 0.223 million, a build of 0.223 million compared to the forecasted build of 2.55 million. Distillate inventories, a build of 0.329 million, a build of 0.329 million compared to the forecasted draw of 0.25 million. Cushing, a draw of 0.278 million, a draw of 0.278 million. We have posted the US EIA weekly petroleum status report on the feed for those interested. Now, shortly expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem. Reminder, we do have the live stream on the feed for those interested.
I mean, I just don't know what you would short on ES other than our 30-second opening range edge at 22. Because like below us is previous day value high to POC, which we're currently holding. And on NQ, I mean, we're just holding where this absorption is occurring right now at our 30-second opening range low. I don't know. Unless you're going to short that edge from our 60 that we identified, like I don't see the opening. Right now we're offering our 35, like we just talked about, which is POC of previous candle. But like your risk there is just to 50, right? Like there's not much that you can do here unless we see a sweeper push this thing down now. Right? Like this is currently what we're watching. Can this offer hold here into these highs and then rotate us down to 180 off of our open of our new 15 from our POC of previous candle? But like unless you're gonna have like a really like that tight risk like that, 35 to 50, and then you're just looking for an immediate reaction, and your first risk off here is 1-to-1 into our wick low, right, into these, where you're taking profit into that. That's really the only thing that I see short term, where you take off first risk here just in case, and then you look for secondaries into 180, and you're just playing off of the open of the new 15. This guy is still like here into these lows on NQ. And I don't know how reactive they're going to be. It's just too slow. And there's like just too much divergence with ES and RTY and NQ. Right, like higher low on ES and RTY, while NQ just putting a lower high. So you got to play to known targets for right now. It's like that's where that bid rests, is into that
US
wick low.
gasoline stocks rose in the latest week to the
200.
highest since June 2020.
Bid still sitting at 200. Come on, just push down to that 180.
US Brent crude futures steady despite EIA data showing surprise US weekly crude stocks draw.
Offer should be sitting at like 213 on retest. 213, 215 here. For a lower high, if it's going to do it. Still diverging market with ES holding lows. RTY is still pushing up higher
US
low.
distillate oil stocks rose in the latest week to the highest since January 2024.
Short is so sus, man, with this divergence.
US Secretary of State Rubio says NATO needs to be reimagined. Starbucks shares pair gains last up 3.5%. According to a poll, global economy to grow 3% in 2026 and 3.1% in 2027, after rising 3.2% in 2025, compared to the October poll of 2.9%, 3%, and 3%. Geopolitical shocks posed the biggest downside risk to global economic growth in 2026, says 116 of 220 economists. The Nasdaq 100 trims gains to less than 0.5%, reaches to a session low.
Minute 30 in 2015's almost at target here into 180. Bid sitting there. 30 seconds until new 15s. Still holding our downtrend. POC's holding as resistance. Any possibility of a short-term reversal soon? Yeah, if we can't flip this 180 and hold, there's a lot of potential here for liquidity. We'll see. Yeah, same thing for ES into 10s. But you got to see the break it down trend first, or sell side is going to just fill gaps. Into our 180 target now. This is full trade from our offer and hold of POC of our previous candle, exactly where we thought our offer would be at our 35s on open of new 15s, and now a rotation into our 180 target. Let's see what we do from here. Expect a bit of volatility. Yeah. The issue here, Nicholas, is that if we can't reverse, or sorry, if we can't flip this 12 to 16 area from this bid at 10s, like we talked about, we will head down through previous day value, and our target would then be 705s before we look for another leg down, right? Because that's our, we'd be then holding yesterday's value area. Right, so if we can't get back over this POC to value high, then we're expecting that sell side then is going to have to come down into this value low for continuation. We're watching this 10 because this is that ETH low, but like if we can't get back above and bid this again and then show interest back over our 30-second opening range, you don't really have a upside narrative to follow, right? We're just basically channeling down right now.
Bank of Canada Governor Macklem says Canadian firms' adjustment to US tariffs will last at least through the end of 2027. Macklem says
Smooth
threat to
stops
Fed's
down.
independence
I don't know
is
what's going to
contributing
happen
to the
as we push
sense of
down into
economic
this.
uncertainty.
If ES holds this 12 to 16 and we break our ETH low again, we'll probably have one more leg across the board with ES heading down into this value low from yesterday, previous day value low. I expect this like 181, 170 area to be pretty reactive though. We'll see. But I think we need to reoffer higher.
Fed independence would particularly affect us
on NQ before we can go lower, maybe into this and then something like that potentially. Then you can look for like 140, but I don't know. If offer sticks here aggressively at 180, that's fine. Then your next target would be 140, and then we'll just be looking down into our previous day value, which was our top from yesterday. So just watch our value to POC from previous candle for reoffer. 100 contracts showing at 184 on NQ. Where did I say flip? Oh, no, not particularly. It depends. For this one, I mean, it's really the zone, right? It's not a level. So like this is previous day POC to value high. So if we're going to hold this as offer, then it makes sense for us to rotate down to 705, 702, right? Like that is a logic construct that we have based off our understanding of what happens when we get back inside value. We'll rotate through value, right? So if we are holding this POC to value high as resistance, we expect that on a look below and failure to recover our value high, look for value to be defended as it is resistance, and you can target our value low, right? This is what we're in right now. So this is why I'm saying what I'm saying, is until we can look back over and then support that, you have to respect that we're now back inside our structure from yesterday on ES, and that this has to be our resistance, and that we should be looking for this rotation down
Senior
until
Deputy Governor
we are
Rogers
proved
says
wrong.
this is a big year for mortgage renewals.
Because of
we
that.
expect rollovers to see pay increases.
That's what I was talking about on ES. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm.
US stocks pair gains, the S&P 500 flat, and the Nasdaq up 0.2%.
I was expecting a bit more of a bid. I still think we're potentially going to get it. Just a retest of this sweep down makes the most sense to me. We can see that POC is attempting to shift here into our 20 to 200. I still think that we need to test that before we can head down, but maybe they'll prove me wrong. The market is so slow, so it's one of those things where it's our expectations are usually pretty solid, but the speed in which they come about is a bit slower than expected, which causes pain. Yeah, it is, but prop is broken. So unless you're on live, like you're not gonna have a working DOM. But I think they're in the process of fixing prop. But honestly, I would be, even if you're on live, I'd be cautious. I don't know like how connected everything is, but when some infrastructure is down, I tend to side on the I tend to err caution.
Bank of Canada's
It's just
Governor
like
Macklem
I don't know
says
what's going
recent
on the
US
platform
dollar
on the back
weakness
end.
is
Like
largely driven by geopolitical events.
I don't know if it's worth my money. Am I trading with Project X? No, no, I don't. I am not. But I think Project X is
Rubio
working
says
right
we are in a
now.
good place with Greenland now.
Yeah, Tradeify and Ninja Trader.
Rubio says we have a process in place that's going to bring us to a good outcome for everybody on Greenland.
Your trading view chart is running 10 minutes behind? That is weird. Are you sure you might need to pay for data? Oh, just where I have on screen, man. It's previous day value low here at '05. That's where I think price will probably head if we continue to reject this 12 to 16. I'm still not like sold on this. It's so slow. It's so hard to be
Malcolm
confident
says the safe
in
haven role of the
continuation
US
when it's
dollar has
slow
been
like this.
dented.
So slow. Like now we have RTY diverging from ES. Like liquidity is still pretty poor on Dom. It's getting a bit better than 30 minutes ago. It's like 12 contracts per level right now compared to the 5 that was trading earlier, but it's still pretty bad on NQ. I'd like to see it become a little bit more
AT&T
liquid.
shares rise 4.8% after the company forecast annual profit above expectations.
New 15s have opened. Just got to watch to see if offer is going to shift down now. If we're not going to come back up to that 200, 220, then just watch your new 15 here at this edge for the secondary move here at 180. 180 can hold offer into this 170, 180. Then we don't need to come all the way back up. We'll see. I'm deleting this level. And now we'll move to this.
Macklem says Governing Council felt it was hard to assign probability to risks to the outlook.
Into our POC, a previous candle here. Watch to see if our offer sits here into these highs. We're looking for a seller to be sitting into these like this 180, 190, and then push us back below if we're going to hold POC, a previous candle. Yeah, I figured it expired, Nikki. That makes sense. As soon as you said 10 minutes, like that was your that was your clue. Yo, huge, Nick. We'll be glad to have you back. I'll be glad to have you back. A few months off work is crazy. Are you just in between projects right now, or? Dude, this is so slow. What?
Macklem says the era of open rules-based trade with the US is over.
Rules-based trading is over? What? Nice, man. Congrats. This market is way too slow for me. Jesus.
According to a senior Indian official, India to immediately slash tariffs on 100,000 European cars a year to 30% to 35% from as high as 110%. Tariffs on cars priced 15,000 to 35,000 euros to be cut to 35%. Cars priced over 35,000 euros to be taxed at 30%. Tariffs will be cut to 10% over 5 years. Annual car input quota to be raised to 160,000 over 10 years. And India to levy some import tax cut on EV models priced over 20,000 euros after 5 years.
Dude, FOMC, you can always expect either Top Step or Tradeify to go down. Like one of the platforms is gonna break. That is rough. Where's my Momo?
As a reminder, we're shortly expecting comments from Trump and Besant. We'll put a video on the feed for those
Oh
interested.
boy. Here we go. What's the Trump news? What's the conference? Delivers remarks at the Trump Account Summit. Okay, I don't know what that means.
The video is on the feed.
But here you go. Oh, Trump accounts are those ones for the kids. That's what I forgot they named it that. Where they're giving kids like $1,000 or something. Everything's got to have Trump in it. Is it 1,000? I don't remember how much they're giving over a certain amount of time. Trump accounts. Yeah, it is $1,000. Yeah. And it just happens to be someone's kid in the administration. Hmm.
Macklem says companies tell us they are focusing on exporting more to existing clients and finding new markets.
I mean, I really don't mind I'll have to look more into it, but I mean, like starting to have a tax deferred savings account for your kid, I think is a great idea, especially if it's enforced. I mean, I'll have to like look into these, but like for a lot of the community, and a lot of people, like they don't do this kind of stuff at all, right? Like only people who are like really well off think about these things because they have the opportunity to not live check to check. But for those families that do, having like this done for you and not having to go out of your way to, open it yourself and have like your employer, some employers being willing to match is, I think, like actually pretty big. But like, is this going to be better than Surf? Does your kid have a 529 for education?
Trump
Like,
is
did
now
you open
approaching
one
the
of those?
podium.
Mm-hmm. Like, does it have the same benefits as this? Like these new accounts? Or is a 529 still better? I don't know. That's the kind of stuff that I'll have to look into because, like, what we need is just like a 529 off rip
Bank of
for
Canada
kids.
Rogers says a strong US Fed keeps the markets and shares from a capital increase.
No, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud while we wait for this to move.
Rogers says that helps contribute to less volatility in rates.
Yeah.
And that concludes the press conference by Bank of Canada's Macklem.
This is way too slow for any real trading to happen, boys. With Trump about to speak as well, like everything is just kind of null and void until we figure out what we're going to do. We're just coming back up to our liquidity again off of a failure to push lower. ES coming into our previous day value high. Until that can flip and hold above is supportive. Nothing's changed. Just please be careful. All right, Trump just started speaking. Yeah, I mean, I think we know what the 529s are, but we're talking about the new Trump accounts. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna be pissed at that screaming baby in the crowd. $40 till new 15s. No change in anything. Just chopping. What's up, Kevin? You now have two reversion signals for our push back up to 210 here on NQ. So you're really watching these higher lows here. Again, we have two reversion signals here that we're looking for this rotation back up to our offer, our liquidity that's sitting into 220, 210. We are holding POC of previous candle, where we're watching to see if we need to rotate back up here first for a fresh look of liquidity before we can head down. Yeah. I think price is moving way too slow for anything actionable. But I do see a potential long here with this stop at your low for rotations up to our 15 to 20 area. Oops. How do we get your template? It's in the Discord. I share it. It's a pinned message in in the attendee shop. You can just save it. It's back up just for us to not be able to move, so, you know. Reload your prop accounts if you're on Tradeify or NinjaTrader. It should be working now, but please be careful. They just came back online. I'd give it a little bit before you start Start shooting. Yeah. Just test the waters, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't want you guys to get like blown, you know? You're like, oh, it's back, and then you shoot your shot, and then things are freeze again, and then you're screwed. And then they reset your account, and it's like, okay, like I'm sure no matter what, everything's gonna be reset, right? But sometimes you don't want to reset. Sometimes you like your progress that you've made over the last month. So just be careful. Sometimes you're praying for the reset, but I don't know. Nothing has changed on the higher time frame. We're still in a downtrend, just a bit of consolidation. ES still holding where we need to, no change there. Previous day POC to previous day value high still holding as resistance. This is still a solid first risk off into our lows here, our ETH low, but I'm still expecting us to rotate down into 705. I don't know how long it's going to take. We'll see. Russell's now following with ES and NQ to the downside. I still think 140 is target here on NQ, and then a push down into 090 to like 015, 014, just for this ETH low and VPOC here for previous day POC. It's again very, very slow. But it's just a consolidation, right? A bit of a range build with our lower highs still intact, and then we'll see a breakdown, and then probably a continuation down to target, just like we have pathed. Like our channeling is still holding. It's just a bit of sideways action while we were waiting.
The S&P 500 turns negative.
What? That's a quote. Why do you need so much electricity to create information? Hell yeah. Yeah, he's talking about data centers. He said it better be some good information. It's so stupid. It's like when George Bush was like, do you guys remember that? Maybe some of you might be too young, or you might not remember. George Bush had this quote where he was like, "Will the highways of the internet ever become more few?" It's just like such a boomer. Uh, brother. Ugh. Just what we need, a Gen Z president. It's gonna go up to the podium and say, "Chat, are we cooked?" Not listening to anything new. I've been listening to an AI artist a lot that you'd probably enjoy quite a bit. Oh, what? He said? A AI producer. Yeah, I've been listening to it a lot because he pumps out new music at an unreasonable rate. So it's nice for streams where I listen to 8 hours of music a day on average. It's just like, oh, nice. This is literally new music every day. Like, oh, sick. 50 seconds till new 15s. Here, I'll DM you.
Trump praises Hassett, says he doesn't want to lose him.
Artist. Let's see if you like it. I think you will. You're gonna be blown away that this entire thing is AI. Who's the artist? It's this producer named. It's you guys aren't gonna like it. Like I don't even want to post it. If you don't like metal or if you don't uh like Japanese at all, then it's not for you. But the artist, the producer is Dysum. It's prog metal. It's very good for streaming.
AT&T shares extend gain to 5%.
Dude produces so much. It's insane. Roy, check out this song.
US dollar index at session high, last up 0.71%.
All right, we're almost
yen
at target
up
here, and yes, from another
1.01%,
rotation of our
sterling down
12s back down to our 05s.
and the euro down 0.93%.
I told you you'd like, bro. It's like if Otto made music with like "Bring Me the Horizon." But then like the guitar work is as intricate as like Polyphia. Like it's just unreasonable. I should say it's AI assisted. It's not just like make me a metal song. But yeah, he definitely uses AI to assist his producing. It's insane that AI voices sound like this now. And you can do this kind of like intricate work. I don't know, blows my mind.
The euro drops 1% against the US dollar, down the most since July.
I mean, it's the he pumps it out, man. I don't know if it's every day, but it is often. It's a lot more often than a traditional artist. And the style is all over the place. Some of them are better than others, but I mean, he put out one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine albums last year, Rory. And he's put out one album so far in 2026. And he's put out um one, two, three, four, five, six, seven singles so far. So one full album and seven singles this year in 2026. I mean, like no one can produce at the rate that he is. So that's why I'm like kind of I'm dancing with the devil here. But yeah, some of them are bangers. Some of them are like, it's whatever. We've done our full target on ES now, pushing into previous day value low, watching to see if we get a bid here. I'd love to see if we get a secondary move down on NQ for one more leg into our VPOC at 95 to 114. But I don't know how long it's going to take. I think that will probably, this is what I think is going to happen. I think we find a bid here on ES. And I think we're going to need to retest into this offer here into our ETH low before we can flip. That's what my guess is. I'm kind of expecting something like this pathing wise now that we've done our first leg. And this is just, again, like a continuation of our channeling down idea. But yeah, no, it's a bit nuts. Nicki Minaj is speaking right now. Nicki Minaj just was given the mic during Trump's speech. Love that. Love that for us. What? What is? Oh my god. They're still holding hands. Oh, he looks so annoyed. Holy. Oh. Oh, another banger that you'll like is Monster by him. Bro, like how is this AI? Blows my mind. The screaming? We are truly we are truly cooked, Roy. This is gonna be all of Spotify in like a year. Yeah, that's the AI producer. Pushing into our secondary target here into 140 now that we have pushed and flipped 180. 140 is secondary target, third target, and our higher time frame target is this VPOC down at our previous day POC to previous day value high at 114 to 95. So just keep that in mind that we are halfway to our full target here on NQ. We are into our into our primary target here on ES. At our 703, 705. If we flip this, I expect one more leg down into 96 to 92 to follow our pathing. I think we're going to need to see a better reoffer here, and probably a new 15s will give us that opportunity for one more leg
Trump
down into this liquidity that's
Trump
here.
accounts donation.
So let's see what happens. But just following our pathing so far. Dude, it's insane. Like, that's a synthed voice. Hello?
Trump praises Coinbase for Trump account donations.
Wait for Russell to come up to POC. But yeah, I think that's not going to be bad. The reoffer is because Russell found a bounce at our value low. So watch as we push into POC here for that loss of momentum. And then we look for that value to hold as we push into POC or previous candle on ES. That should give you an opportunity. Hopefully.
Trump says Visa creating a platform for cashback rewards in accounts.
Trump is just naming companies right now, so let's be careful. Yes, that is exactly why she's doing it. Cold Pepper, Virginia. What's up, Grotto? Pushing into target here on NQ. ES holding our offer on our edge. Russell lost momentum. Continuing on our way. Let's see if we can get this next leg into our liquidity here. Into our pivot here. This is previous day value as well as our ETH low. Anything into this 115 to 090 I can see as easily being our low. It's just the gap fill. You can maybe see a push down to 080 if we don't see a strong reactive bid here off of 115. But this is a great area to move stops down because I don't know how volatile we're going to be as we push down into this.
The Nasdaq turns negative, last down
We'll see.
0.12%.
My fib target is at 080, but this makes a lot of sense into our previous day value as well as their ETH low. If we can flip this, then we can look to rotate yesterday's range, right where we were just trapped in this box for forever. So like I'd be expecting that if this edge doesn't hold here, that will then look in and then, you know, rotate through. Something like this would be my guess. Yeah, because then this would be our balance. So we'll see. But we're testing our value high from yesterday right now. Just following our path and watch to see what happens as RTY comes up into our top of range here. If we lose momentum, then we could have a full market participation push down as we rotate back into these highs. Right, like if this is just going to rotate, then that'll leave us room for continuation down across the board, because then we'll lose any sort of upside potential we had in the market. So we'll watch for this. Let's see. Buyer sitting at 100s on NQ. Again, we're watching to see if we flip yesterday's value for a rotation through, or if this is going to hold. Unsure. But this is our risk off, and now we'll watch to see if we flip. Again, watch to see if Russell loses that momentum. If we're going to get one more leg down, that'll be our clue, I think. We've got this liquidity as we push down on ES here as well. You gotta just let it play, man. When it's a slow market like that and you've got a good average, just gotta hold that runner and let it play. Let's see what we do here.
Concludes comments at child investment accounts event.
All right, Trump's done. Thank the Lord. Little bounce off our target. Let's see what we do. Doji currently on the 15 minute left on this candle. See if we get any sort of right side of V action going on open of new 15s, or if it's just going to be a continuation down and slow melt. We've hit our previous day value high, which was, again, target. Now it's just a matter of seeing what we do from here now that we've basically filled gap from overnight. Corrected some of this action, you know. This is a song for everything, man. This song for everything. The amount of times I've had to listen to this song because I'm watching these, insane. Higher lows so far. Open of new 15s. We're watching to see if our offer is here into these highs. Kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. ES is looking a little bit better with POC below us from our lows. We're watching right now to see if we can find our bid here short term at this higher low, with this being our risk. And we need to get over this 40 for anything real. If we can, then we can rotate up to this POC here at 55s. If this holds offer, then
U.S. Secretary of
there's
State
nothing
Rubio
really here.
says, what you're seeing now is the ability to posture assets in the Middle East to defend against what could be an Iranian threat against our personnel.
That'd be target 1, target 2, just to make the trade 1-to-1. And again, you're expecting your offer to be sitting here if we're going to sell. So we push into this, and then we're looking for this rotation below for follow through for the next leg. So we'll see what happens. I basically want to see this area here flip for sell side continuation for me to care for another leg. Into our 140 here. Again, we want to flip this, and then we should be able to get another 15 points at least into 155.60. You'll be watching for our offer to be sitting somewhere into here, would be my guess. This is just our value high to POC of that candle. If we flip our 140, we'll have to come up there. What's up, club? But this trade's already free. We've risked off 1 into our first pivot. Let's see if we get this secondary. Yes, retesting our previous day value low. Being able to recognize when you can initiate on these little moves, I think is like pretty big for scalping. It's like when we see this flip and we see like these guys get kind of absorbed into this low, and then we have a catalyst of the new 15. It's like I'm watching now this value low edge for our open of our new 15s, right? Like this gives us an opportunity to then use this low as our risk and then look for that bid there, right? This then gives us a pretty slight risk to then try for this rotation up. And if we can then find a secondary here, then this makes this trade pretty nice for minimal risk, right? 3-to-1. So it's nice for scalping, for moves where how do I word this? In a slow market, we're really watching only like the new 15 opens for any sort of initiative take, right? Because everything else is just like a slow grind and kind of directionless, or like, slow grind in like this isn't great. Like unless you're already short from up here, you know, playing off of our previous shorts that we've called out on the day. Like there's just really not much here, but like we can look for like the little bids off of very clear areas into, you know, a new 15-minute candle, et cetera, and those can create opportunities for you in the short term. And then you can just kind of chill in these kind of positions once they're break even and just like let it play out, and then the market can just kind of like slowly crawl up the target, but you at least have the best possible entry. And again, like on slow days like this, I only really look for opportunities on the open of new 15s, because it's just, we need someone to be initiative, and we usually see that that little bit of volatility kind of come in on the open of those candles. Don't ask me why. It just is what it is. You know, it's just one of those things that I've noticed, and you know, you can go back and look. Especially on slow days, though, it's like, okay, well, we're not going to get it anywhere else, so I'm going to be looking for like hourly opens, 30-minute opens, 15-minute opens, right? I'm going to be watching to see our reactions there so that we can get a bit new of a fresh liquidity in on those price points. We just need something, right? Like it's just so hard to get follow through. So if we can get like any sort of bid to kind of show up, then like we look for those opportunities on a time-based I look for them in a using time on slow days, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that also keeps me sane, because if I'm looking for, you know, I get in the middle of a, you know, a 15-minute candle or the middle of like a 30-minute candle, and it's like, what am I expecting to happen, right? Like if we have a new hourly candle opening soon, it's like, well, we might as well just wait for that and see what the reaction is going to be into that, because you know that there are going to be people who are playing off of that. Like, why allow myself to get into a position where I know the potential for chop is high, and we don't have a catalyst for volatility to step in, and we're not seeing anything different yet. I don't know, just like it's a thought, something to keep in mind. Our 140 is still holding, sadly. Let's see what we can do. This was just our previous target. We need to flip this. Then we can head up to that liquidity that's up here into this node. One runner from 102, nice. Let's see what happens. Russell still holding this pivot as resistance. Yes, still holding this pivot as resistance. No change. I'm gonna delete our pathing on ES now that this is fully played, just to clean up our chart a bit. Yeah, no, see, and I get it, man. But it's one of those things where I would rather. This is why I think like your odds of being profitable just go up so much if you can minimize the amount of trades that you take per day, and you can just take off risk at break even on a first contract, and then you just allow it to play structurally without anything invalidating, right? You just allow that thing to go. Let it be. You're going to end up making more money doing that than you are trying to take a trade, you know, every 15 points. Because every time you enter the market at a different price point, right, you're putting risk on. So if you can get a solid entry, like 102 is a really solid entry, right? Well, it's not about fumbling it. it's just like set it to break even now, right? Like there's no fumble. Break even isn't a fumble. It just didn't work like you didn't lose anything. Unrealized is unrealized, man. Like you can't think of it in that way. It's about just securing, making sure that you don't go into that drawdown and your trading opportunity. You have to stop looking at the market in dollars, but look at it in RR, right? Like it's just one of those things where you have to let the opportunity play. It's hard. I understand it's hard, but like allowing yourself to not have invalidations is how you're gonna make real money. You know what I mean? Like nothing invalidated that 60 to 70 last night, and I just let it run. And then all of a sudden that my one runner became a $4,000 trade. You know what I mean? Like we were taking profits for like 200s on our first contract, which made the trade 1-to-1 break even. And then I let my runner run for 4K after we were just in it for break even. Like that's the kind of opportunity that you like is going to pay dividends. It's just like let the trade be. You've taken all risk off the table. What's the worst that can happen? It comes back on you? Okay. Well, there'll be another opportunity. All right, this is target, boys. Into our 160. This is now a 3-to-1 risk to reward, playing off of that low. If we can push through this, then we can look for that liquidity back up here into 180. But only if you have the ability to hold a runner. I just move your stops up. Just let it be. We're making higher lows still. Looks good. Yeah, it was a good save then. I'm glad it worked out. Misclick. But I mean, like, honestly, that area wasn't bad, right? Like, that was our short target. This is where we expect that bid to be. Remember, like, this is the previous day value high, and it's our gap fill. It's just us retesting our edge from yesterday. Like, it makes sense to find our buyer there. Like, that's where we're closing shorts. So it makes sense for us to be looking for a long there, opportunity-wise, you know? Like, why else would I be looking to close my shorts into that target unless I was expecting a bid to be present there, right? So like the opportunity was there, but yeah, waiting for this higher low is definitely the better opportunity.
The Fed has not yet complied with the subpoenas as PAL probe continues.
As soon as we see this, it's like, oh, okay, well now this is a really solid risk for us to then look for that rotation back up to our primary seller, which is sitting here into these highs. Oh no, you're good, Nick. I was talking to someone in Discord. I think playing the short made total sense, and the only reason that this long made sense is again because it was our target for our short, right? So like now we can look for an upsiding opportunity because we've risked off the short side, and then it's like, oh, okay, well now that we're into our target, it's like, well let's look for the right side of the V into the new 15, hold of our previous our value low here, and then it's just a rotation back up to this offer. The sell side is still in control, right? Like we haven't seen anything yet to point out that we want to get back into value yet. But if we can show interest, back over this area, right, like that, then we have a potential opportunity. But we still, and that opportunity is only going to be a rotation back up to our 30-second opening range at 230. Like that's the opportunity we're talking about. Until then, though, like this is where we expect our seller to be sitting into these highs. From here, we have to figure out what we want to do. This is just a reversion back up to our offer that was very heavy here into this consolidation. But as long as we're holding POC on our new 15s and we're continuing to build up, right, like there's a potential opportunity for continuation short term. Just back up to our primary sellers. You can keep an eye on this 130, 140 area to see if we find a bid. It's POC to value high of previous candle. See if we find a bit more here now that we've we've gone full target. And then let's watch to see what we do into this node. Again, like if we can, build here and then get above our value on the daily and start to show interest, then we can look for rotations up. And then that would give you an opportunity to rotate up to these highs here. But I'd expect some sort of chopping action happening here that creates our flag for our next leg between our offer that sits here into 200, 220 and this low here at 180. Right, we'll get some sort of flagging action that happens here in between these 2 points on a secondary, and then if we can show a maintaining of where this seller was sitting before as our bid at our value edge, then we should be able to then rotate up to our daily POC here into 250. But until then, right, like we know that this is where our seller was sitting before, and we should just be watching to see if we can continue to maintain here at this POC to our value. Just like we're watching our offer here into this POC to value, right? Nice job, Kev. Yeah, definitely. I think you probably see a push into like 180, and then we'll watch a rebid of like that 155, 165. I think we come into this liquidity here on footprint. Right, these guys. And then we'll have to like build on a new 15, and then we can go. But I don't know. We'll see. This area is so muddy. It's just into this node. All we know is that these guys at 144 have been absorbed. Those sellers. where we just found our bid into our value, excuse me, of our previous candle. These guys right here. Right here. We just have to watch to see how we play as we push back into this offer. Back to POC here, off of our offer, where we were expecting it, where we took profits. Now it is a matter of just watching to see what we do. This is, again, just our sell side above, watching to see if we get a higher low on a retest of our POC here on both ES and NQ, or if we are going to flip and then rotate down for a continuation. You feels good allowing your trade to run and then closing into our highs. I understand. New 15's opening here, 10 seconds. Wait, no, that's not true. Sorry. Disregard. I don't think I'm going to be trading FOMC. And you guys might not want to hear that, but I think I probably dip out before FOMC. No, it's always at 2, and then Powell speaks at 2:30. And then we have Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla earnings after market. We might have another opportunity here as Russell comes back down to our low of our oscillation. Just watching our push. Same with NQ back into our bid here at our ETH low, and ES coming back down into our lows. Just keep an eye on it. We have a minute until new 15s, which is why I'm starting to be interested again, just like we talked about, watching for new catalysts, and that would be our catalyst into our new 15 if we did get something. So let's just see what happens. Watching to see where we close and what the reaction's going to be. The most bearish offer would be a hold of 130, 140. But I just don't know. I think we're just still rotating here. Flat POC on open on ES and NQ. Not a really great opportunity so far. See how the bid reacts. Personally, not looking for anything yet. Watching Russell as we come back down to door lows. Opportunities in here, flat NQ open. As Russell comes back into this low, I'm watching for another bid. Now that we've gotten our oscillation from a hold of our highs. Unless we see something different into this low, I'm just expecting buyers to be found here again in door value low. I think it's going to be a fake out on NQ. I personally think that this will probably be a trap, like I said, but we'll see. 130 offer holding so far as we push down into this liquidity. I'm thinking it'll be a trap, but I have nothing yet to tell me otherwise, other than just a internal feeling that like this low isn't going to be taken. We're just going to go for liquidity and then pop back up. We'll see. I need to see a really convincing flip of this pivot for me to not think that like anything into these lows are just going to be bought and then rotate us back through. It's going to have to be very convincing. Same risk as before, 114 to 102, still holding offer, or sorry, still holding our bid there. Just rotating back up to our 130. That has to be our first target for 1-to-1. We know our seller sits there into 130, 140. It easily can look in and then reject there for a continuation down if we're going to hold the middle of our range for a lower high. If not, then we'll just do the full rotation back up. That'd be my guess. Just like in any other balance rotation, we'll always watch to see if they're going to put in a lower high and then rotate us down. That'll be our first sign of weakness for a channeling down, right? But we should always expect that we, in our known seller and our known buyer, that we should get, you know, reactions at those areas. What we're watching for is secondaries, right? Are we going to be able to see a secondary buyer step in the middle of our range to rotate us up and then hold our highs? Are we going to be able to see a secondary seller step in to rotate us down, right? And then get below this buyer and then hold it as our offer, right? Like these reactions are what tell us where we want to go, right? That's what we're watching for. So just always keep that in mind when we're trading in a balance. It's like wait for those opportunities to kind of be like, if we don't see a seller here step in, then there isn't really a great reason for you to think that we'll get this rotation through and hold. Like we're not seeing what we need to yet liquidity wise. Yeah, it doesn't always happen, but it happens enough where those are like those variables that I always look for like actual follow through. When I don't see someone kind of being trapped in the middle of our range and only seeing rotations where, like, how do I word this? If our buyer and our seller are in the exact same places at this high and this low, then there's been no shift in our auction. We want someone to get trapped here in the mid and then create that fresh liquidity where like these participants are then trapped. So then we have two sellers that are controlling this shift down. That gives me a way more confidence for a breakdown in balance when we see a secondary kind of get absorbed here and then like this offer willing to kind of lower in the middle of the range. Because if they don't do this, then it's like, okay, well, nothing has changed in our auction. And we know that this market is just transactional between these 2 points. And we haven't seen anything new to tell us like, hey, something's shifting. It's like, no, we're still in agreement, right? In equilibrium between our buyer and our seller. Yeah, and that's kind of, I mean, we could maybe see 1 or 2 more moves before FOMC, but they're going to be like up because of a lack of liquidity, if anything, right?
Blackstone Mo's committing debt to Oricon project in Michigan.
Is the red zone just the 50% retrace, I'm assuming, off of FIB you can draw? I mean, I didn't do that, but yes, in a way, right? Like this is, oops. Right, like it's the 50%, yes. Right, so like if an offer was going to continue down, you should always be looking for like that 0.5618 area to hold for that lower high for a convincing trend directional, directional move. You should always be looking for like that halfway back to be holding as offer. But the reason why I was looking at it, other than it being the halfway back, right, is this was our flip for, this was first target on the long. Right, so if we flip back below it, I'm always going to be watching to see. Let me turn off drawings. This is where we found our secondary buyer, right, at this 130, 140. That allowed us to play it up into 160. So if we are now flipping this buyer and it's now our offer again, that to me is pretty telling that we then would want to push down lower. So it should be our battleground to figure out where we want to go directionally. Right, we already know that there's liquidity below us.
And we already know that there's liquidity above us, right? We can see that this is where they swept price lower, and then the offer was able to then maintain it and defend it for this rotation down. This is why it was our target, this liquidity here into this node. And we know that this bid was here because we saw it on a retest off of looking into our previous day value high. So we know that like this is where that buyer sits. So now it's like, okay, well, where are we going to go? Well, they swept through this on the first attempt, and then the bid was able to flip it, and then they swept through it again. So we know that there's like an interested party here into this LVN. So I'm just playing around this lower node that we're building out. So you can see like we're building out this node, and then we have this upper node. So this LVN right here at our 130, 140, just where that buyer flipped to our seller, is where we're watching to see if they're going to defend the mid. But yeah, you're totally right. It is just like the 50%. But like, again, nothing's invalidated about our low of balance. It's just a balance rotation until proven otherwise. You just have to take off your risk into that mid, because again, like we've talked about over and over again, but it's no problem to reiterate, is that I'm always looking to try to take off our first risk into a 1-to-1 so that we can make the trade free and then let the runner run for the full rotation up to our balance high, right? Because then if we come back down, the trade is it's a scratch, right? It's a break even. But if it wins, then it's a 3-to-1. So I'd rather play like that, understanding that we have the opportunity then to either scratch a trade for break even or get a 3-to-1 risk to reward. So every rotation of this, we're getting at least 2R, right, of profit. And when we fail, it's going to be a 1R of loss. So every rotation that we play up is 2+R, and any rotation that fails will be a -1R. So we are net positive on balance rotations, looking to play balance rotations compared to trying to do anything else. Right? Like if we go through this and this actually fails, we'll then have already netted 4R in this area and only have taken 1R as our risk. Does that make sense if you look at it in that perspective instead of money? It's just like playing the risk. It just kind of goes back to what I was talking to Kevin about earlier. It's like you just gotta let the shit play. Like after you've taken off your initial, just be like, oh, okay, well, it is what it is. Either we stop out and then the trade's a scratch and we've already made profit in this area, or we'll do the full rotation up and I'll be happy that I didn't close. You know, like it's out of my control. We're controlling the only factors that matter, which is our risk. Right? Because we know where this seller is going to be into this 130, 140, but we can now leave a runner for free. You see what I mean? We got our bid at our 15s. We're playing that up. And now the trade is 1-to-1 risk to reward. Nothing else we need to do. And if we hold here again, cool. Nothing's changed. Nothing's invalidated. We're just doing the thing. But if this fails, then we scratch out on this one, and we've already played this upper rotation. There's nothing to do there. So the overall area is, you know, 3R in profit and 1R off risk, right? So no matter what, like we're still profitable in this area, regardless of what happens from now on. PSE is attempting to shift here on NQ. I should have showed you the. Here, my bad. That was a bad crop. So I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. So here are the two trades, right? We're doing nothing other than that, right? So we're looking for the look below, we're looking for the bid above, our risk is then the 102 or lows, and then we are taking our first profit off for a 1-to-1, we're taking our secondary profit off into our known high, and then we allow it to play. You can take the short if you want for the rotation down, or you can just watch for what we do into this opportunity here. Same risk as before, play it up, and then see if we get another rotation back up to our highs. It's up to you. Do whatever you want. If you want to play both sides of the rotation, go for it. If you want to just play one side of the rotation and allow, the same logic to continue to play over and over again, understandable.
Iran's response to any US strike will be immediate, all out, and unprecedented.
But to me, I think trading both sides is usually a bit too much. I think it's a little over trading. It's a bit of an overtrade to me personally. I'd rather just play one edge and then continue to do that until it invalidates and then immediately flip on my invalidation. Until then, it's like, okay, well, we'll continue to apply that logic where like we'll look for a bid here into our low, right? Nothing's invalidated about this. And then if we flip this and this invalidates, then I'll look to play this as our offer here at our 102 to 115 where we've been taking our long. I'll look for that as our sell for our continuation down. So it's like you can do either one, but like we understand the opportunity and the risk. I'll be right back.
Iran's Foreign Minister Arakchi says Iranian armed forces are ready with their fingers on the trigger to respond to any aggression. Secretary of State Rubio says there may be US presence in the Ukrainian talks in Abu Dhabi this weekend, but it won't be Witkoff or Kushner.
Is this volume correct? Seems like we're missing a couple 100,000. I don't know. I don't trade that, so I have no clue what the average is. You'd know more than me. Full rotation here on ES and full rotation here on Russell in our oscillation, and we're almost to our highs on NQ halfway, testing into our 140 offer just as before. The seller is still sitting here into our 140, trying to flip it. Seeing some slight absorption here. Offer sitting at 150. And there's your full rotation, right? Same risk as before, full rotation into our 150 to 160. You love to see it. You feel me? And it's just a balance trade. Like that's literally all it is. It's just a balance trade. We held our lows, we rotate back up to our highs, mid failed. Trading is fun when you're not on perma drawdown. Is it crazy? True. True.
US Trade Representative Greer and Mexico's Ebrard discussed trade and USMCA joint review.
Again, we need to flip over this like 185, 190 for anything new, where it's just going to offer here into this liquidity. Remember, this is still a downtrend overall. This is just a reversion from a failure to push lower. You get me? So like our 15-minute VWAP is sitting at 200, and we know our offer is 200, 220. And we know that we have a secondary pocket of liquidity here into our 170, 180. And that's our secondary target here. So like we have to build above this node that I'm talking about. This is the node. Or we expect that this is where sell side tries to sit, and then we'll rotate back through once again. I want to see us build above this node and show interest, or there's really nothing else here short term. That being said, this is a great full rotation up that we've just been able to play with zero risk, right? Same thing as before. So hopefully you guys played that opportunity, and now we'll see if we can build into our highs, or if we're going to rotate back down again. Hopefully you trusted my my feeling that we were going to hold these lows, and yeah, I don't know, nothing really else to talk about. If you've got a runner, let that runner run. What's great about balance trades like this is that our risk is so small at our lows. Like this rotation here is like $800 with a single contract. Like that, like that's nuts. And for like MNQ, it's like, I don't know, like $80, $90 with a single contract. Like that's huge, man.
US Trade Representative Greer says that myself and Ebrard agreed to begin formal discussions on possible structural and strategic reforms in the context of the first USMCA joint review.
The most important thing to learn about TFT,
both sides recognize substantial progress in recent months,
is what kind of economy you're going to be playing. You have to learn the economy, or the game's miserable, Varg. You have to learn if you're doing like a short-term rush to get cards early, or if you're going to be saving to build interest. And then like what you have to learn, the rounds that you start to your buy rounds and your conservative rounds. Like it's like one of the most important factors in TFT is like learning your economy. Because if you're just like rolling every turn and spending all your money, you're gonna lose the game 90% of the time. Like it's like literally an eco game. learning like the rounds is like the first step before you even learn like meta picks. Like you have to learn, because like a lot of the team comps are going to be dependent on different kind of eco types.
Ray
Like,
also has that focus on stronger rules of origin for key
is he
industrial
even
goods,
in voice chat?
enhanced collaboration on critical minerals, and increased
he is.
external trade policy alignment.
Because like Roy will like tell you like different comps to play, but like some of the comps require you to save to a certain round and then to have a spending round where you then roll, you know, like 50 cards in one turn. And like if you don't do that, then it doesn't matter, right? Like in the beginning when you're first learning TFT, like you're trying to force comps, but you're not. Your eco is like completely fucked. So like you'll win like mid to so like the beginning of the game to mid game,
Totally expect
because everyone else is
speech
playing eco and they're allowing themselves to get hit while they're building out their eco to then roll 50 cards in a row and then slap you in the face when they do their full comp in like 2 turns, right, and get all their cards. So you have to realize like a lot of people are turtling. And that's why you'll see like huge like shifts in power later into the game, because people
The reminder, each speech
don't
enable
care.
gives presentation at the 4th Women's Network meeting of the Bard and Entrepreneur Talks.
That's like the biggest learning curve in TFT is like I do so well in the beginning and then all of a sudden I can't do anything. It's like, oh yeah, well that's because you're playing for something that no one else cares about. New 15's opening now. Yeah, TFT is great, man. I'll never understand the when are we playing together. The game is not for. There's no teams. I don't want you in my lobby stealing my cards, brother. Like, what are we talking about? Stealing my like what are we talking about? I don't need you taking my build, bro. I think the way to actually climb though, like in duos, is that you both are going for you can like hard counter other people in the match, because you can fully take out other participants once you know like the meta builds. You can then both eat up cards. And then you can just play for third place. And then you still the weird thing about TFT Varg is you don't have to come in first to climb. You can get like 5th place and still climb. So like in duos, you can eat up lobbies and play for like 2nd or 3rd and still climb like very, very fast. Playing for first is usually like a losing gambit. Like first is like you got lucky that game. Once you get good at like figuring out other people's like paths, then you can usually play for like 2nd to 5th and still climb. Easy. Oh yeah. I don't think he has to worry about climbing in Masters, but let's learn the basics first. Another full range here, holding our offer. Another rotation, full range on ES and on NQ here. No change in our balance. Opportunities are all over the place. You're either playing your top edge or your bottom edge. Opportunities are the same on either side.
I think looking for expansion pre-FOMC is kind of a fool's errand, in my opinion. Like, if we get it, awesome. You hold a runner for it. But just remember that, like, FOMC is in an hour, guys. So, like, don't expect a ton. Like, if we get any sort of move that's outside of this range, it's going to be, like, a pretty illiquid drive, just to either, like, our reversion into our 15-minute VWAP above, or it'll be down to, like, 0.80 on a look below.
ECB Schnabel says ECB rates are in a good place, and they're expected to remain at current levels for an extended period of time.
I think you're much better off just looking for balance rotations into FOMC until proven otherwise. That's kind of just your win condition until we see anything new. Right, again, like this is like a $900 range that we're trading in with like 8 points of risk. Like it's not terrible. If we flip, we flip, but, like, you know, just always remember, like, what's the win condition, right? Like, what are we doing right now? Does expansion make sense when we have high volatility news and big, you know, a big market moving volatility coming up in an hour? Has anything shifted in our buyers or sellers? Are we still seeing the same sellers and the same buyers, right? Like, always ask yourself those kind of questions. Like, you don't need this. You don't have to overthink it, right? Remember, it's just R&R. Just, like, think about your risk, and then think about the factors that move the market. Is anyone off sides that we care about? Is anything going to change? Have we seen anything new? Yeah, man, it's a good deal.
Canada and South Korea signed a memorandum of understanding intending to bring South Korean auto manufacturing and investment to Canada, as according to the Globe and Mail, citing a document.
I take one of those plus an Immune Plus Emergency, mix them together, get you right. Supplements? I mean, I take a multivitamin. That's the only supplement I take. And then in this, during the winter season, I always just take a emergency Immune Plus one. I don't need any of that. What, vitamins? I don't believe in vitamins? Is that what you just said? I don't believe in nootropics or whatever they're called. I don't believe anything that's like telling you that you can replace like Adderall. I think that's a lie. What electrolytes? I take this. I mean, I don't like take electrolytes, but it's included in this this caffeine thing that I take. I replace coffee with these. And it's got electrolytes plus caffeine. It's super cheap. Yeah. And there's no artificial dyes. It's all natural. The dye, at least. Everything else is not natural. But I've never found anything that's that cheap for electrolytes plus caffeine. And it's 200 milligrams of caffeine per. Like, it's nuts. And you get 40 of those packs, and it's the same price as like a medium Starbucks coffee. So you're getting electrolytes plus caffeine, and you get 40 of them for $10. What? And it's double the amount of caffeine in like a typical Starbucks coffee that you're paying $10 for one. Like that's a bargain. Well, I'm not taking it before I go to bed. I'm taking it in the morning. If you take any caffeine, Odin, you can't sleep at night? Like, it lasts? The half-life of coffee isn't that long. Surely. Hmm. You're with your pre-workout. Yeah. Dude, are you a Gamer subscriber? Okay. Sorry. Caffeine pouches is crazy. Why do we need a pouch for caffeine? This is a caffeine pouch is crazy.
15 count for $7 for 150 milligrams. So my deal is still better. So it's 200 milligrams for 40 of them, and 200 milligrams each for $10. Like it's actually unbeatable. Find me a better deal. The only thing that you could do that's better is getting like the caffeine pills themselves, where you're just like taking a pill for caffeine. Which is what I used to do. But that's that didn't give me electrolytes. And if you try to buy like electrolytes by itself, it's expensive as hell. Because it's like then it's a product. Right? Like people who are looking for electrolytes are willing to pay a lot more. Yeah, like Liquid IV is insanely expensive for no reason, but it's because, you know, the consumer is willing to pay for it. It's like labeling something keto, right? Or like gluten-free, right? Like you're willing to pay more even if it didn't already have gluten in it. It's just an advertising trick. That makes sense with the pouches. Like directly into your bloodstream. Oops.
Shall expect Fed reverse repo operation data.
That's funny, cause it's just like Mountain Dew. Dude, Idiocracy was such a good movie. It's crazy that we're just living in Idiocracy. I rewatched that recently and I just felt bad. Like it's so feels bad, man.
5 counterparties take $1.103 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play
So senior advisor to
FOMC.
Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei on X says talk of a limited strike by US is an illusion.
I don't know, man. Like we're this is a good FOMC day where we're getting the pre-balance where we just are like we've absolutely nailed the moves pre-FOMC. So it's like why risk profits when we did the thing? You know what I mean? All right, but good luck. Have a good nap. Fark's juiced out of his mind on 800 milligrams of caffeine. Not taking a nap. Offer sitting at 166 here, 130 contracts.
The only reason I think anyone should ever play FOMC is if you're on a prop account that doesn't have a news violation rule. These are where you can gamba evals, where you just buy a bunch of them and then you long on half and short on the other half, and then you win, and then you play the regular accounts and compound gains once you've passed your evals. I think that's the only reason you'd ever play FOMC, is if you were gonna just like build your accounts here in a single day. Other than that, I don't think it's worth like almost ever playing FOMC.
So just a reminder, at the top of the hour, we get the US interest rate decision. We'll just go through some of the expectations then. General expectations, economists and analysts estimate the rate to remain unchanged at 3.75%. At the beginning of the week, markets were pricing in 97% chance of no change at the meeting. The decision itself is unlikely to move markets unless there's an unexpected dissent or clear shift in language around the policy stance. It's seeing here comments coming through from NVIDIA. Congress must reauthorize National Quantum Initiative. So again, that's NVIDIA. It's coming through in the wires. Congress must reauthorize National Quantum Initiative. So going back to then the prep. So I said the decision itself is unlikely to move markets unless there's an unexpected dissent or clear shift in language around the policy stance. If realized, attention will turn to the rate statement for clues on the future direction of policy, as well as the subsequent press conference from Fed Chair Powell. So traders will be laser focused on inflation progress, policy bias, and data dependence. So if they make any of those sort of comments, a commentary from Wells Fargo, they said inflation is running ahead of the Fed's 2% target at the committee as the committee heads into the January meeting. They believe meeting will conclude with no change to the policy rate in line with consensus expectations. The path of monetary policy in the months ahead is increasingly uncertain, however. How to weigh the balance of risks with inflation above target and unemployment rates slightly above most estimates of full employment remains a point of contention at the Fed. How far the current Fed funds rate target is from neutral, i.e., neither restrictive or accommodative, is another point of disagreement. Labor market conditions have clearly softened, and the latest construction spending data published this week reminds us that these several factors, such as residential and non-residential construction, remains highly constrained by elevated financing costs. Overall GDP growth remains solid against a backdrop of resilient household spending and strong AI-related capex investment. Prior monetary easing and supportive fiscal policy should allow these trends to continue over the course of the year. As such, we continue to forecast 2 additional 25 basis point cuts at the March and June meetings, but acknowledge the bar for additional cuts have been raised, with risks skewed toward later and possibly less easing this year.
Lord. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna trade it, but I feel like if I don't stay, you guys are gonna blow up. Even though I've given you
every opportunity to make money today. You know, like it's frustrating. It's hard for me. Like I want to leave. I should leave. Yeah, you know, like yeah, I mean taking stops is no biggie as long as it was within your parameters and you stayed net positive. You know? Huge. Yeah, well, you should expect sideways pre-FOMC. That's that can be tradable, right? Like as long as once you have an understanding of we should be in balance before big news and volatility, right? Like you should expect that we balance in the market, and then you can trade around those edges. So like that again, like news at 2 and then JPOW at 2:30 for FOMC rate decision. You shouldn't expect big money to step in the market until that decision has been made. So money is pulled away, and we should expect sideways action for day trading, allowing for rotations to occur. And then after that, we'll then have the brakes will be pulled away, right? And then we can kind of move again once we have a better understanding of where we're headed with the Fed's decision out of the way. I'm scalping 1.5 points. But on what? An ES? I mean, we're in a okay. I mean, ES is in a pretty solid range here between 70 our 005 and our 96, right? Just like we have on chart, zone to zone, with the mid being at 7,000.
Just looking at a bit more commentary then ahead of the Fed rate decision. Bank of America says the Fed has signaled it will keep rates on hold at 3.5 to 3.75% at the meeting. The labor market is soft and inflation remains elevated, but both are stable, leaving the balance of risks broadly unchanged. With the policy now much closer to the Fed's estimate of neutral, there is no urgency to act, particularly as the economy is set to receive a large dose of fiscal stimulus, making near-term growth above consensus and more front-loaded. The biggest surprise in the intermeeting period has been the strength in economic activity, pointing to a pickup in productivity growth. That has mixed policy implications. High productivity likely raises the neutral rate, but is also disinflationary. On balance, this reinforces the case for policy inertia. In the statement, the Fed is also expected to upgrade its assessment of current conditions to reflect stronger recent data and clean up language now that the shutdown has passed. A subtle tweak could see downside risks to employment have risen, replace rose in recent months, acknowledging recent labor stability. Forward guidance is unlikely to change with the extent and timing phrasing used previously when the Fed was on hold, but bias to cut still appropriate. Balance sheet language should update mechanically to reflect ongoing reserve management purchases. Powell is likely to face intense political questioning, particularly around the DOJ investigation into his testimony on Fed building renovations, but is expected to offer no additional comment beyond his January 11th statement. Questions about his plans after his term as chair ends and about Governor Cook's hearing Powell's attendance at the oral arguments are also likely, similarly expected to draw non-answers. It's a final bit of a commentary then from Credit Agricole in regards to the upcoming Fed decision. They say the Fed is expected to keep pause at the January FOMC, leaving the target rate unchanged between 3.5 to 3.75% after 3 consecutive 25 basis points cuts in late 2025. Markets are fully aligned with this outcome, pricing only about a 5% chance of another cut. The 75 basis points of insurance easing has brought the policy closer to neutral, reducing the urgency for further action, particularly as recent employment data shows signs of stabilization, including the unemployment rate ticking lower in December. Fed officials have accordingly signaled a more cautious approach, including a pause in January. The meeting itself is expected to be uneventful, with limited changes to guidance, no adjustments to balance sheet policy, and no new dot plot or SCP until March. The Fed is likely to remain non-committal, emphasizing data dependence and keeping options open. The base case remains hawkish, with the January pause extending through the end of 2026 before one final cut in early 2027. That view assumes strong growth, labor market stabilization, and inflation struggling to return to 2%, though risks skew toward a shorter pause or lower terminal rate if the labor market weakens further.
Okay, well, I really don't want to be here for FOMC. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Plans on chart. I'm gonna mute and then I'll be back at 2 o'clock for initial decision to give levels, but I'm most definitely not playing FOMC and I'm not waiting for JPOW to speak. I'm not. We've had great trades today. Opportunities have been solid. Risk has been solid. There's literally no reason to gamble. So I will do initial levels with you guys at 2 o'clock, but then I'm gonna end stream after that because I'm not gonna be trading it personally. So there's no reason to sit here.
Charles Schwab, strategist Kathy Jones.
But I'll be right
says
back. I'm
the
gonna
statement
go
may
let the
have
dog
some
go out.
adjustment to inflation. Minutes ago now to give the FMC rate decision forecast is for no change, prior 3.75%. We also expect the Fed rate statement as well. Reminder later on at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we have the FMC press conference with Powell. 5 minutes ago now to give the FOMC rate decision. Forecast is for no change, prior 3.75%, and we get the FOMC rate statement.
Societe Generale's Rajappa says the market seems pushing back on the timing of the next easing. One minute remaining for the US interest rate decision. Ten seconds.
All right. Into our supply here, right into FOMC, classic.
No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 3.75% as expected. Looking to the statement now. The
All
Fed
liquidity
voting
is drained.
10 to 2 to hold the benchmark rate in 3.5 to 3.75% range. Governors Waller and Myron dissent in favor of a 25 basis point cut. The unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization. So the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization. Job gains have remained low. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. Unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization. Uncertainty about the economic outlook remains elevated. The Fed have upgraded their assessment of economic activity and says it has been expanding at a solid pace, say that they are attentive to risks on both sides of the dual mandate.
Held our 150, pushing
Fed
over
reaffirmed the
180. Let's see if
statement
we
on
find a
longer
bid
run
here.
goals, monetary policy,
If you're still in from our
and their
115
monetary policy
lows,
strategy.
we're mooning, bud. Reversion target into 210, 220. We got to just watch to see if we can flip the supply.
So for the markets then, S&P 500 saw a little bit of a move towards
A lot of volatility,
the upside here.
no liquidity.
As again, there were two dissenters,
Yes,
Waller
in the top
and
of range.
Myron, dissenting in
Hold our
favor of
halfway
a
back.
25 basis point cut. There was also a part in the statement where it cited that the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization. Treasuries are steady as the Fed holds rates with two dissents there. Dollar little changed. S&P 500 just whipsawing as well. Not really much of a reaction here.
Just back to our basing here, where our buyer was at 155 off of a failure to get over 180. Again, just pushed into
We
supply.
have posted the FOMC rate statement
Bid
as
sitting at
well on the
150.
feed for those interested.
See if we can do anything if we're going to get back through this balance. Into our mid here on NQ.
And dollar index seeing some strength now in the wake of the FOMC decision. Now,
RTY
the
holding
Dixie
our
up
highs.
1% on the session so far.
Full
Dollar yen
range
up
rotation
1.2.
on yes.
S&P 500 now seeing some weakness come through as well. Slightly delayed reaction across the markets.
Full rotation here on NQ. Back to our bid 114.
And US short-term interest rate futures are sliding as the Fed keeps the policy rate on hold.
Our balance is balancing. ES held our lows, full rotation. RTY has room that can fall. We are testing our mid of our range now, of our balance. What do we want to see if sell side is going to win this out? Well, 30 to 40 to hold, right? Our mid. If not, then it's just going to be more of the same.
US Treasury 10-year yield rises further as the Fed stands pat, last up 4 basis points around 4.263%.
Retesting our edge here after our bid of our lows. We want to see if our offer sticks into our edge for a lower high from our initial sell, from a failure to get over 180. We're looking for a lower high here if we're going to continue down. If not, then bid held at our lows again, where we've already identified our buyer, and then we'll look for the rotation and the ability to successfully push over our 180 for anything new. Right now, only thing that you can look for is the lower high, in my opinion. unless you played off of this low, right? Because the thing that you have to look for is that we held our lows, we're rotating back up. Now you're watching to see if offer sticks here to trap these participants, and if we can then put in a lower high to then continue downwards, right? It's the balance play. We failed at the highs. Now we're looking to see if we put in a lower offer, and you have to check your mid to see if we're going to get anything more. Into our 30 to 40 mid of range off of a failure again at a lower high. We're watching to see if offer can stick supply and if we can get below this bid or if nothing's going to change. Note that Russell is back into this rotation, right? We never were able to push higher. So this potentially could lead to our secondary leg down if we're going to come back down into this, if these lower highs are going to maintain. Just keeping an eye on this. We're seeing some action here at the middle of our range, which makes sense, right? It's the area of contention, the two-sided trading. We're watching to see if like these participants that are up here on ES and on NQ can remain offsides. If they can, then that can lead to as our catalyst down for continuation. If it fails, right, then we'll look for that bid over that 180, and then we'll have trapped these participants in our lows instead, right? Right. As of right now, nothing has told us that balance isn't persisting. You're probably gonna have to wait for JPOW. I think our levels are good that I marked out. Yeah, I don't know. JPOW speaks at 2:30. I mean, it can't get much cleaner than what we just did on ES and NQ. Like, it's our balance is persisting. It's not what you want to see, but you know, it is still holding. There's no shift. You're probably gonna have to wait for JPOW to start talking for the market to have a bit of a better understanding of what that no change means for future policy. Seems that we trust his word a bit more than the statement that is made. Hold of our 30 to 40. Rotation back up to our offer. Again, I will feel so much more confident in a upside move when we can start to show this sustained bid at our 180 from our flip, like we already have pathed. And then we can look for upside. But it's a good sign that there's still that liquidity down at that 115. Nothing really else to say.
So, according to the White House, they're to meet banking and crypto executives on Monday. And the Department of Energy announces a realignment of their critical minerals program.
Dude, is it time for load?
The White House is to meet with banking and crypto executives on Monday to discuss crypto legislation.
Okay, well, this has been fun. You guys good? Any questions before I dip? Like, I'm really not. I'm not doing a full day today. No, not really. Because then I'm gonna stay for JPow's entire thing. Like, it's just then I'm here the whole day. Right? Like. So no, not particularly. All right. I'll post charts in chat, but again, like, there's no need. Like, again, we can find money in all these markets, man. Like, you don't have to gamba. When we have defined levels, like, our risk is so solid, you might as well just trade that. Like, I hope that if you learned anything from me, is that you don't need FOMC to make money. All right. Yeah. Goodbye. I will see you all tomorrow.